Slate the Space Marine is brought to you by viewers like Brother Marines. We have returned again for another painting ness. Well, I'll just get out of the way, and I'll... Wait, pay no attention to the man behind the power armor. Slave behind the Space Marine. So, today, thanks for watching. Today, we have 2 more Marines of those big base tactical Marines. The big base. They got big bases. There's 2 more. We got the one we were doing last time, and the Sergeant. That's 2. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure that's 2. So, then there's those, and then we got some more stuff after that to do. So stay tuned. We'll do that. We got some Marines that need to have some of their base codes reapplied. And then we have 3 Marines that we need to completely reverse the pattern that's been applied to them because it's backwards. Ugh. What's up, Tony? You want to be in the movies, Tony? You want to be movies? Movies, cat. You want to be movies, cat. Okay, I gotcha. There we go, Tony. Movies, cat? Alright, go. Alright, there we go. You got to be in the movies, and you were the star. You were the star. Alright. Are you still, like, photobombing me with your tail? Now you're just gonna be in the back photobombing me? The master of photobomb? With his photobomb foo. Is the music too loud? Maybe. Let's turn that a little bit down. I don't know how loud it is. I know how loud it is to me. In my... I was a teenage robot years, or whatever. Right? So we got 2 Marines, and then we got 3 Marines, and then we've got 4 Marines, and then we got 2 Marines. And then we got... that was satisfying. And then we got a lot of Marines to do with different colors. But of course, special requests are available by donation through the link below. If you're like, I want that guy done now, then, well, that's paid for content.
What kind of non-whore do you think I am? That's right. You gotta charge for that special something for that happy ending. Otherwise, this marine model massage is just gonna keep going on and on and on and on and on until we finally, eventually, maybe one day reach that point of climax where we have all of it done. From ancient Talrak, Aero calls down his depressed sons. What? What? Are you depressed, Jackler? Are you not feeling well? Seriously, if you need somebody to chat with, send me a message. You know where to find me. We can chat. If you're not feeling, if you're not feeling good, if you're feeling all down and depressed, just give me a chat. Maybe I can help you out there. So after that, after these Marines, we got more Marines, and then we got more Marines, and then those Marines we've been painting, then we got to paint them more stuff. See, there's just gonna be so much stuff. But I mean, the painting the black step on all this it's gonna be the most time-consuming and most productive step. Once we've got that done, then everything else after that's kind of sliding downhill, and it's like, yeah, it's all coming together. So, the Bloodhounds are always sad, hey? So, we'll have those, and then I'm going to leave the command staff till the end, or maybe even just kind of ignore them for now, and then work on another batch of hordes of soldiers. The command staffs, those can all get some special attention at one point. You need to give some special attention to that staff. You know what? Always with the painting. That's right. What's wrong with painting, Slicks? What's wrong with painting? Jeez, painting. There's also hanging out happening. It's not just painting. There's hanging out and discussion, and music, and me. That's me. So we've got that. We've got it all, right? Right? We got it all. We got blackjack and hookers. See? Blackjack and hookers. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Those guys can take off. They just disappear. They're sneaky beakies. That's how they get away so cleanly, without anybody seeing them leave. Those ones, like that guy, they're less sneaky. That's why you can see them. They're not sneaking. They're just beaking. Right? It's different. It's a lifestyle. You'd have to live it to understand it. If you don't live it, you can't know it, and you gotta know it to be able to throw it. Right? That makes sense, right? Yeah. So we got some coffee. We got a cigarette burning. We've got our water. We've got our paint. We've got our brushes. We've got our palette. We've got our Marines. What are we missing? Me painting. That's the one thing that's not happening. But also, once we finish this coffee, I'm gonna go get some more coffee. So I'll have a nice brand new cup of coffee that's as big as my head. And then at that point I will return, and then we will then continue with the painting, which then will, I don't know what's with like the hand signals, but at that point, which will be here, then we'll move to that point which would be this point, and then it'll proceed to the continuation of which would be getting those things done. And then once those have been completed and that goal has been achieved, then thusly we can forego that, for it has been done and does not have to be done again. And then it can proceed to the next step, which would be application of a different pigment. And photobombs from Tony every so often. When someone asks me to paint their miniatures, I always think, okay, fine, but that's most of the hobby, so why are you even involved with this? They want to have the finished thing. Maybe they're not in it for the creativity. They just want to have the figure. And I mean, I get it. I get it. That's not what everybody's in it for, but some people just want to have the figure. So, yeah, I get it. Missing weed. It could be. We could engage in that. So that's what we'll do. We'll smoke weed. And once that has been achieved, the weed smokening, right? Once there has been weed, and weedified, then, at that point, truly will the men and the mice have been divided in holy matrimony. So, what I suggest is a little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Jessica by my side, a little bit of Lisa's what I need. So, with that officially stated on the record, stenographer, can you read that back? Thank you. So, with that officially stated as Bloodhounds canon, I hereby declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed. All right. Well, I think that was a pretty successful stream. All right. So.
Well, I see by the clock on the wall that it's time to bid you one and all goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
So long.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Adieu.
Adieu.
Be good.
Stay well.
Bye-bye.
Keep warm.
Relax.
At ease.
Take care.
Stay loose.
Adieu, mon vieux.
À la prochaine.
Goodbye till when we meet again.
You're still here? Oh. I wasn't really expecting that. Oh, so, okay. Well, with that in mind, as the Wayne and Schuster ploy did not quite, it didn't work. You didn't think I was leaving. Well, good, because I'm not. And yeah. So, with that in mind, we will continue. We'll just put the music back on. And then we'll get some coffee. Be right back. What's it from? It's from Dune? No, it's not from Dune. It is not from Dune. Excuse me, but this musical score is not from the Dune film. It's from the movie Ultramarines, made by Games Workshop, and starring the Ultramarines. So, most definitely, this is not from Dune. I don't know where you would even possibly think that this would even be from Dune, because it can't be. It just can't. It's not. It's not from Dune. It's not. It's from Ultramarines. This is from the Ultramarines soundtrack from the movie. Oh man. I've got to make that a character or something. So Slex, this soundtrack, it's most definitely not from Dune. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Dear God. Jackler, are you on? Maybe I need to pay for it or something so we can have more gifts, or figure out something. Because I don't know. I think that character, that's probably got to be something. That's got to be a thing. All right. Okay. All right. I'm from the future, and you're gonna have to come with me if you want to live. and you're gonna have to take off your shirt. I'm dying. Oh man, okay. I'll have to make something up where that character meets Lamar? Lamar? What do you mean that doesn't sound right. I don't know about Lamar. That seems like a weird name for that character. Cecil? Is it Cecil or Cecil? So, at my school, where I go. And by the way, my name is Stephen Brown. That's my name. Don't wear it out. No, so, like, at my school, yeah, where I go, I'm like the best. I'm like the champion, Yu-Gi-Oh champion at my school. No one can beat my hard skills. I can duel with the world champions. That's what they say. I got all the best champion cards in my deck. My Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're second to none. That's why they call me the champ. I am the champ. What is this character? Where is this coming from? What is this? Oh my god. What was that? Alright. Jesus. So, do we have a link or anything? Fix this. Let's throw that man a wrench. There we go. Now YouTube will probably be like, "Oh, we're not gonna sell to that fit." Words. So let's get a little bit of paint on the palette. Blah blah blah. Now, if I recall, this Marine only has so much left to actually get done. So let's pull him into frame here. And let's get that magic focus. Awesome. Alright, sweet. Now, this Marine had backpack area to do. Okay. So we're going to start... Oh, let's get that. That bugs me. Okay. So I'm going to start right here. And then just very gently just go across the whole trim of this ring exhaust. It expels rings. That's what it is. See, some exhausts, carve carbon dioxide, but this has rings. That's why there's so many in Sonic the Hedgehog. And see, Space Marines figured out, and in Warhammer, the Emperor figured out that if you use the Chaos Emeralds to power your Space Marines, then, right? And so, then, that's why there's Space Marine suits exhaust gold rings that you find in the Sonic the Hedgehog games. See, it's a shared universe. It's part of the greater. It's part of the greater Sonic the Hedgehog expanded cinematic universe. See, it's a secret that Games Workshop they've just not revealed yet. That it's all secretly part of the Sonic the Hedgehog expanded cinematic universe. It all makes sense if you look at all the signs. They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen. When is the 30k Bloodhounds going to happen? That's a good question. That's very, very, very much, in many ways, not up to me. Because, in some ways, it's entirely up to whomever would want to see it happen. Because at the moment, I have no personal interest in seeking out and making a 30k Bloodhounds army. Because at the moment, I'm too preoccupied with my 40k Bloodhounds army. And that and that, children, is why Piccolo was the first to try, and the first to die. Oh, there's like a lot of the under parts of this flamer. I need to do the under parts of this flamer. Quote, Slate the Space Marine 2021. Just need to stick my brush into the under areas of this flamer. Oh man. Just paint. Stop making jokes. Just paint. Okay. Now let's get this little bauble thing. And it's got a laurel, so I think I should probably paint the laurel black, just so that way it's got an even thing. Okay, so when Games Workshop secretly owns Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't need to be, doesn't need to be an army, just a squad. A squad of... Well... I suppose that could be a thing. Although I would probably, out of my lack of interest of doing it, I would probably make that into being some sort of donation goal to make Slaith get a squad and paint a squad of pre-heresy bloodhounds. Which, I mean, I'm just thinking, like, what would that cost? Like, $50? So, If there is a serious interest in that, let me know, and I'll add a thing on there, so that way there will be a, let's make Slaith pick up this thing and do this thing he doesn't want to do, so that way we can all go, ha ha, ha 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 ha, you had to do that thing, and you didn't want to do it. And then I will sit there going, no, I am not wanting to do this, but I am being compelled to. I think that's what I would leave that at. But there would have to be a strong interest in that before I would put that up there. So this Marine, let's see, so under areas there, done, backpack, done, 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 sons. I hate this Marine so much. I hate this Marine so much. So much. Why are you holding your bolter sideways? Fuck. God damn, I hate this Marine so much. I hate this Marine so much. I hate this Marine so much. But at very least, it's not that fucking Cubble model. God fucking damn it, Cubble. A squad of original bloodhounds. It's an interesting prospect. Is that Mark III? Is that something that's available from just like Games Workshop, or is that something that has to be like Forge World? And also, Mark III armor doesn't really mix with what I've written for them, although there could be ones with a bunch of Mark III armor. I mean, like they could have it, but it wouldn't really fit too well with some of the original stuff. What's Cubble? Jackler, you don't know what Cubble is. Christ. Man. I'm sure somebody could explain it to you. Just ask around in the Discord. And if we can't get answers in the Bloodhounds Discord, you know where to go. And then maybe they'll be able to answer it for you. So, we've got this sergeant here with his like COVID mask, but it's like a special one that looks kind of like the bottom half of a helmet. So I think I'm going to paint this as if it were the bottom half of a helmet. So it's going to be in the split pattern, except for the center part, which I'll probably do in silver. And then I hate this model so much because of that bolter. I almost want to slice it off and just change it, but it looks like it was built really poorly. So, and then I mean, whatever, it's the last guy. And then we get to work on other stuff, and then all of that's done, and it's like, yes, all of that's been achieved. Yeah, achievement unlocked. You know, bloop. Achievement unlocked. Mark III is Forge World only now, but they did make a set that was sold in regular shops. Okay, so I could probably find something if I went, I could ask, like, my local store and be like, hey, you got something, you got Space Marines that look old? Like, you got some old-timey Space Marines, they're like black and white, and they're like on a steamboat. Boop boop. Steamboat Space Marine. So Cubble is a Space Marine that I painted recently in one of the painting streams. Cubble was one of the Marines. Cubble was the Marine that was covered in cables and but wasn't cool enough because it was so frustrating and dumb that could not be called Cable because that would be too cool of a name, so thus it was called Cubble. That's what Cubble is. Cubble was covered in cables but was not cool, so thus was Cubble. It's not that complicated. It's not that in depth. It's not that strenuous in straining. It's not that. It doesn't do those types of things. It could, if it wanted to. If it gained sentience and awareness. If it had finally achieved a level of which was what it had finally thought was the point of glory. And once it crawled into that hole and it was all filled with glory, that is when it was able to achieve greatness. True greatness. That's right. That's right. True greatness. Which, true greatness is rarely ever achieved. But, here on Slate the Space Marine, it's a regular Tuesday on a Saturday. Steamboat Space Marine. Space Marine that causes GW lawyers to extend copyright patents forever. Mm-hmm. So, what is the consensus of the chat at the moment, or possibly the split and divide? We'll see. After I finish base coating this Marine here, should we go on to reapplying black onto some old Marines that need reapplying black, or move on to correcting Marines that are bad dogs and have backwards patterns applied? I'll leave that up to whichever one's more interesting. One of them involves painting more black. The other one involves painting red, brown, and black. And it's amazing. It's something it's like you've never seen before. It's amazing. Would you do now when you saw, or would you go then when you did it now? What? Still have reverse pattern Marines? Yeah. That's because they're scattered throughout the different companies. Some of them they're all over the place. And some of them are some of the original Bloodhounds. And so there's a stain on history that has to be cleaned. But once it's done, we will have a chapter no more tainted by enigma. One that will make the Emperor proud. And you, Aurelius Prime. Chapter Master is suiting. No one will find you wanting.
And that, my friends, my brother Marines, is why you always want to make sure that Emperor commands his grandsons. Yeah. 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 We will cleanse the chapter of the reverse leg, traitor bastards. One leg at a time. But now, for this sergeant. Now, this is going to be super thin, but let's just make sure we get it even. Then that's going to make that next coat all the better. Alright. This is new. He's got soft suit right there. I'll just get that then. This chapter, once completed, will stand on duty and on guard for thee. In the galactic true north, strong and free. How did you create the Bloodhound's paint scheme? Well, that's quite the developmental tale, so let's go through that, shall we? When I first started into 40K, which would have been so 2001. In 2001, I got my first box of Marines, which was a box of Space Wolf Blood Claws. So I think that came with like 7 or 8 Space Marines in it.
And I liked it because I liked how they had, like, wolf pelts and stuff. And I was like, that's kind of what I want to go for. So at the time, that's what I went for. And I wanted to make them red and black because I guess I just like those colors. So they're like, they are my colors. And so I made these red and black Space Marines, or Space Wolves, I should say. So I didn't really know exactly like how to pattern them, because I realized that there were certain designs and certain ways that the chapters were painted. Some of them were just like all one color. Some of them had, if they had two colors, there were certain patterns to them. At least in the displays that were available to me at the time when I was painting, because I was looking through all these different magazines and all these old references, and I think the 3rd edition rule book, and I was looking through a bunch of old stuff. So there was a lot of these symmetrical Marines that would have the design they would have would be started on one side and on the other. What am I saying? It would be the same on both sides. Jeez, words today. So I took very strong inspiration from what the Blood Angels looked like at the time, because they had they were essentially, from the ones that I had seen, they were all red except for their shoulders were black. So I took that and kind of went with it a little bit, where then I made their shin guards both black, and I think their arms were black, and their helmet was black, and then the Aquila was in yellow, because I think that was just from the references at the time. I just found that it was yellow, or at least from maybe if it was just a Blood Angels thing. So either way, I had essentially taken Blood Angel pattern and applied it to Space Wolf models. And me being me, I was like, well, if they're Blood Angel Space Wolves, they're Bloodhounds. Thus, the Powerpuff Girls were born. And my brother had his Space Marines, and his pattern had this nice crisscross to it, which, I mean, my Space Marines more often kept being, like, people would just say, oh, those are really nice Blood Angels, and I would just kind of say, like, they're not Blood Angels, and I kept saying, I ended up having to keep saying that, so I changed the pattern, because they had just looked nearly identical to old Blood Angels. So I was like, alright, enough of this. And changed it. And then I kind of took strong inspiration from my brother's pattern, because he had the kind of quartered pattern beakies, and he had like a lot of the crisscross pattern on the legs. So I kind of took what he had done and applied it, but with my colors, and then added this silver trim onto the shoulder pad, and then things just kind of went from there, where eventually I changed the yellow Aquilas to then be blue, so then there would be another difference, just like one more separation from the old Blood Angels, so that way they wouldn't. There's just keep separating it, just keep separating it in different ways. But maybe getting some Space Wolves would be a nice way, kind of going back. If I were to, like, if I were to get a box of Space Wolves, a box of Blood Claws or Space Wolves, and then paint those in the original Bloodhounds colors that or pattern that I had done them in when I started in 2001. I mean, that would be probably the most authentic thing for them in that sense. But enough about that. My first box of Space Marines were painted silver, and I didn't know anything about painting, so I told people it was my own new chapter, called it the Silver Marines. You started in 2001, I thought you were involved for longer than that. I started in 89 when Beakies were still current, so assumed you did too. Well, about that, I was born in 88. The same year as the Plastic Beakies. So you see, they were released the same year as I, and that's why I am a Plastic Beaky. I am a Beaky Space Marine. I am a Space Marine. I am a Space Marine. That's right. I am a Space Marine. Now, back to painting. So, but I do have a decent portion of Marines from that era, from 88 and earlier, and a little bit after. I've got the ones that were just before the plastic set, and I've got the ones that were after, and I've got the plastic set Marines. So, those do have a nostalgic sense to me, because those were, as I was growing up, those would be the Marines that my older, or my eldest brother had a collection of the Wombles. Wombles or Beakies. So those definitely have, those definitely hit a nostalgia button. Alright. So let's focus. I'm gonna do a bolter. Just because it's kind of blaring out at me. Jeez, I hate this thing. And you can see that the guy who did this, he took like a knife hand and he cut off the knife and then added a bolter. That's why it looks so wonky and just so dumb. But whatever. I thought it was a good trade because I didn't want the Chaos Marines that were in that set. I wanted more Space Marines, and it was also a way somewhat to stop him from quitting the game, because he was like, I hate this, I don't want these Marines, I'm gonna quit. So I was like, well, what if you traded for something better, or something nicer, or cooler? And he traded, so maybe I got a little bit of the shitty end of a deal there, but you know, that's fine. And I'm saying this a lot about a lot of the Marines that I'm painting recently, that, you know, a lot of there's always a spot in the back row, but you know what? This whole company just seems like a whole company of back row Marines. Like, these are definitely the Marines that like, I don't know, there must have been transfers and something gone involved. Like, the captains all met one day on the Crucible. They were met and they were like, so we need to do something. And it's like, well, what's that? Well, we have a bunch of really, really, really ugly Marines. Well, why don't we all just put them all in one company and just make it one of the captain's problems? Yeah. And then one of the captains gets back to the table with all the rest of the drinks, and he's like, what were you guys talking about? Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah. We got anything left here on the palette? Just a little tiny bit. This thing. So I'm gonna have to come back here to this part anyway. So I might as well just put whatever I have on that little area there. But yeah, I don't know, unless my brother had models in 1989 when I was born, and I managed to at one or after I was born, and then when I was like 1 year old, if I managed to get a hold of one of those models, I mean, then that kind of counts. Like maybe I was one and my brother like put one of the Marines in my hand, and I was sitting there with the Marine like, right, baby Slaith with the. Alright. So let's see. We've got... So this eagle thing. Eagle thing. Wow. I'm really wording today. So that's going to need another coat. There's lots of areas. And then, okay, I need to make sure I'm doing the right leg. Because the pattern changes depending on the armor. Not in the old pattern, but in this one, it does! Alright. Bathroom break. Bathroom break. Bathroom break. Bathroom break.
Slay.
Alright, so now back to painting. I'm just going to make sure that we got everybody on board. One moment. Okay, now, Brother Marines, let's continue with this Brother Marine. Brother Marines. All right. Let's get another coat on that bolt pistol. Oh yeah, definitely, because there's lots of areas that you would need even a first coat. Gonna go lurking? Alright, lurking's fine. Lurking helps the algorithm. I'll be here, so... Wondering if at one point, if I'm gonna want to get more vehicles, like more tanks and transports, more rhinos and things like that, to accommodate for all of the older Marines. I'll have to kind of, I guess, figure that out maybe when I get to that point. Because I only have so many vehicles, and only so many of them are actually transports. Oh yeah, this guy here. This guy here who's got the backward legs, he's also got a chaos shoulder pad. He's like extra heretic. The heresy is real. That's right, chaos bloodhounds. They exist. There's not many of them, but they exist. It'll be easier to group everything together in squads and in companies that will be a bit more appropriate and make sense together a bit better. Like, once I have all the infantry painted, let's just say, it will be a lot easier for me to then, even though I already could, but I mean, for me to put all of the, let's say, like the plastic rogue trader beakies all into one company. And the reason I'm making that example is because some of them are, you know, are painted, and some of them aren't painted. Some of them aren't fully painted. They're in all these different stages of painting, and that the way that things are divided right now that some of those marine models are in certain companies. So once everything's painted, then it becomes a lot easier, and those companies being painted companies, or to now what would be almost finished painted. But either way, I digress. So once everything is painted, though, then it becomes a lot easier, at least for me, to then divide those up by like era or armor type, or even down to like a squad level, where there would be a squad of Marines that, let's just say, would be like the Chaos one. I don't know. So there's that. But yeah, if an original pattern Bloodhound squad would be something that anybody would be in the chapter would be interested in, let me know in the chat or whatever, and maybe I'll make a donation goal for that, because like I myself am very not motivated or interested in it personally. But if there was audience interest and funding behind that, then I could do that. And of course then that would become like a start to finish focus, and it wouldn't just be like a on the back burner sort of thing. It would be like, all right, this is getting done. Which still, don't get me wrong, would take a while to get a whole squad like that done properly. Okay, now the legs, okay. It's always easiest just to kind of go like pick a point and then just know where to go the opposites from. As long as you're starting with a correct one, and then you just continue from doing the opposites. Or adjacents. Or I'm not sure. Or it would be second adjacent? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Fancy words, though. So in this case, with these ones, it's they're right. It's a camera left, but they're right boot, right thigh, left shin. So that. Wait, did I say that right? Okay, so let's go to their perspective. So, right boot, right shin, left. No, right boot, right thigh, left shin. Jeez. Alright. Once again, the Bloodhounds are asking for your financial support in the link donation link below. Okay, so da da da. Wait, now I've got to do this one. And it kind of works where I can just kind of get this back part here at the same time. Getting this shin guard without getting the boot is always a challenge. Because there's like a tiny part where it separates. And it could just be that the tip of my brush is just worn, so it's not, and it maybe broadened or something. I don't know. It's not quite as sharp, and so because of that, it has a difficult time. Or it could just be, you know, it was just poor design on having that open like that. Who knows? Maybe it's a bit of both. These are the questions of our generation, the important mysteries. All right, well that guy's this guy's beginning to fall apart, come together. All right, so now let's get this not helmet. The part of his most definitely not part of the helmet. red on one side, black on the other side, and then that part in the center is going to be silver. And this looks like it definitely needs another coat. The legs are gonna need another coat. Bolter seems good. Soft suit on this leg. Shoulder. Maybe the back of the head right there. Okay. So now we will go for soft suit. And some second coats. Because a thin black, which is pretty much transparent, on top of red, that is not something that is very appealing to the eye. What else was? Oh yeah, the shoulder. So let's get this trim. Because it just works as a good kind of border outline for the first part of this. It's a good warm-up. Oops. And that's why it's a good warm-up. Brush is getting a little bit splintery. That's why I got new brushes, or a new brush rather. And there is that one that was in the paint set. Which, I mean, it's not the greatest, but not the worst. I mean, it's usable. Just get those edges. And this is going to definitely need another coat. And I need to get the other angle too. I got it on that side. Getting it on this side, I'm going to have to do it blind. Okay, so that's going to need another coat. Maybe a little bit in that backpack area there. And then that's going to be this marine. I'm pretty sure that's going to be this guy done for his base coat black. And there's probably a couple other areas that need a little bit, but... on this shoulder there. Let's give that another little coat. Okay. Oh, the whole bottom of that shoulder trim, I didn't even do that. just quickly get that then. Oh man, it's like just out of reach. So I'll go at it from a different angle. And just clean off any excess there. There we go. Alright, so I think that's the black pattern done for this guy. I mean, that's going to be turned silver, so I'm not too worried about that. Yep. So that's that done. So now we get to do something a little bit different than what we've been doing recently, and we get to change it up. Which means, yay, we did it. We got it. We did it. We did it. Yay. Yay, we did it. Yeah. All right, let's get some dancing Marines here. We did it. We got past that point where we did it. The 7th Company Except for the command staff, because I'm not giving a fuck about that right now. The 7th company have had their black base coats added. Yay! So that means I can put these 2 Marines with the other 3 Marines, and we can do something different. All right. What did we do? Oh, we finished the sergeant, so that means that all of the black base coating is done, except for the corrections. Yay! And then the except for the corrections and the restorations and the command staff. So we didn't do anything, I guess. There was nothing actually achieved, just right there. Kind of deflated the sails there on that one a bit. Okay, so now what we have to do is paint brown on on these Marines. And in some cases, paint black first. Or in some other cases, like, geez, there's so little done on this. Like, the Aquila isn't even painted. Like, wow, this is one of my first Marines. And it's even just got like the silver backpack. I think this might have even had the all black. No, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if I would have had the all black at this point. I'm not sure what's going on here. There's all sorts of wow about this old paint job. So, and then like this guy here has a backwards helmet. Let's get some spit on there, jeez. So, I'm thinking the solution for that might just be to paint it all black first and then go for the... Go for the brown after. Oops. Traitor, you deserve it. And then... Okay. Or maybe, yeah, paint it all black. On the helmet, at least. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to... we're done painting black, so I'm going to put some more black paint on the palette. So that way we can do a little trick. and we're gonna come back to black in a moment, but just for now, with some certain cases here. So, guy with the backwards helmet pattern, he's gonna get all black.
Brother Marine. Stay black.
And no, I'm not painting him an original pattern.
Oh, but you've already done his helmet all black.
No.
I'm not sure what's going on with this side anyway, so I'm just gonna get it with a thin layer. That's gonna need another coat anyway. And then just while that's drying, I might as well just go over some other areas on this model, fix them up. Because that's what this next step is going to be. Essentially just fixing up a bunch of other Marines and stuff. On these old paint jobs, which will have some strong contrasts in the sense of what I would paint today compared to how I would have painted like a decade ago. So that's going to need a little bit more time to settle. Jeez, this model's so dusty. Ah, no, my brush. My brush. Just clean off the dust. Okay, well that's just taking its time to dry, so I'm just gonna move on to another model. So I'm going to... Wow, look at that. Look at the dust flying off of that thing. This guy definitely needs some second coats that were never given. Because it looks like he wasn't really primed, it was just painted. So this definitely is the model that love forgot. And I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Wow, look at that base. This is... Wow. There's so much dust on this thing. Just try to clean off some of the dust. I don't know if that's going to help at all if I'm using the water, but... Jeez. How much is on this one? Yeah, these models are dusty. Some of these were painted by an old, back when I was my friend Nick. He wanted to paint some Space Marines, so I was like, here, paint some of my Space Marines, and then he painted them backwards. The base was already based with dust. Oh, I should have left it. He went to the dust planet. Where it's war. So yeah, that one's gonna need some attention to to everywhere with... Okay, wow. On top of the fixing... Let's see, is the... Okay, well, either way, actually, I could probably just leave that helmet, because I'm going to have to come back to black anyway. So... The way that I fixed... This is the way I did it with my Terminators. So this is the way... This is the Bloodhound Purge. And this is how to successfully do the Bloodhound Purge. If you have the wrong colors, essentially. That sounds bad. This is the way to do the Bloodhound Purge if you have, the pattern reversed, if you have it backwards. And it's, you apply Mornfang brown to the areas that you painted black. Then you paint Abaddon black onto the red areas. Then you paint Mephiston red onto the brown areas. And then that you've reversed. So don't go crazy and do the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, if you have something backwards, and then the way to fix it is just paint the black areas brown, then red, and then to make it easiest so that you're not confusing yourself, do it in the order of so you're not confusing yourself. The order is black to brown, red to black, brown to red. And then that will fix the backwards leg issue or arm issue or whatever it is. And that's what we're going to be doing today. Yay. And then we got my jaw. It's like all crunchy. Crunchy jaw. Today here on Crunchyroll. There we go. Go away, dancing Marines. We don't need you here. Stop dancing. Okay. There. I did it. I successfully did it. So. We're gonna have to... The color traders. Wow, Jockler. Just wow. So, that's where we'll go from there today. And then, there's actually a few of the ones that are in the big batch of Marines that are going to have to get, like, color corrected, same sort of treatment later on to, like, their helmets and stuff like that. I don't know if I should do that now. I think I might as well. Because it would make sense. You know, get them all in the same batch sort of thing. That's kind of the whole point, right? So, we will do that as soon as I'm done this. Then I'll go get those sparse few Marines that need the color correction done onto the head. So everybody will get, this is color correction day. These guys aren't traitors, though. They're not traitors. They're just in process. Other than these guys, the ones that were got on the table right now. These guys, fuck them. They're traitors. They're assholes. So those guys can eat a dick. But the ones that I'm gonna go get, they're cool guys. They do not deserve to eat a dick. That's a very big difference. So, I guess I'll go do that. Let's go get those Marines. Okay, it was just one Marine, but that's fine. That's still, that's okay. And he's cool. He's cool. See, it's this guy. It's this flamer. He's cool. He just needs to fix his helmet. And then he's cool. It's alright. We'll just put him there. Because he's not a traitor. But this guy... Ugh, man. We gotta do more black base coating. Because this guy... Jeez. I must have been on a super budget. I was like, alright, one coat's enough. I was like, one and done. And not even get it all anyway. I mean, it's possible that the paint, over the years, has worn off. But I mean, it's more likely that I just did a really bad job. This holster seems to be painted black, and not even completely. So I'll just continue to paint it black, so that way it can be painted brown. You know what this feels like? This feels like having to do your homework over again. And it's like, alright, we'll give you another chance. It's like, what? But I did it. No, you gotta do it again. But I did it. What's a space marine? Hi, Brent. How's it going? Well, if you want to find out what a space marine is, you're going to have to make sure that you join Heresy Posting's Patreon, and that way you'll have access to their super secret Discord, where there's stuff on there I can't tell you what it is. But by that point, if you've not figured out what a space marine is, you'll probably want to, so you'll have more of an investment in doing so. That's what a space marine is. It's only $10. Join the Heresy Posting Patreon. Get access to their super secret Discord. While supplies last. So let's get that helmet, because wow. See, this is why you should always prime your models. Because look at that, that's terrible. I have a good feeling this model is probably going to wear down like this at one point in the future. But cares? I could solve that with by sealing it at one point. See that could solve that issue. But for the moment, let's just worry about restoring and actually giving this thing the proper base coat that it should have had. Oh, that's not even... Okay. There we go. That's much better. Let's just clean that off there. And I'm seeing that's not a very clean trim. Let's just add some black there. Once again, much better. I mean, like, that looks like there's a little bit of a red tip there that's been worn down too. So I might want to just add a little bit of red. But I can get to that. And you know what? I'm an idiot. I just added black to all these areas as if it was like, oh, I gotta clean up all this fucking shit. But that's what I'm reversing. And nobody stopped me. And nobody stopped me. I blame Jackler. Oh, man. All right. Let's get some brown on the palette. It's brown. It's brown trousers time. Nobody stopped me. Okay. God damn it. Alright. I guess I can also do this too at the same time. And also, I just have to remember it's not getting turned red. Oh well. I guess now I've got very nice clean black to paint over brown and turn into red to then fix everything else. Ugh. Well, that's annoying. But oh well. I guess that's kind of what I get for not paying attention. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. And not really thinking about it critically. Alright. Let's get that there, that should be good. And I don't have to worry too much about if the brown goes over the areas right now that are red, because those are going to get turned black anyway. And this was exactly the way that I fixed the Terminators. I just went over all the areas that were the wrong colors. Like, and I went over all the areas that were black, painted them brown. Then there was all the areas that were red, and I painted those black. And then I painted all the brown areas red. And it fixed them. Then there were fixed dogs. Alright, so I think that's that leg. Well, that set of legs nicely browned. So now I'm going to move on to the next one. because it's usually easier to do them like that, where you get all of them, like all of them with that process in mind. Alright, let's get this. Let's go for the boot. Looks like this has a skull here, so I'm probably gonna get that with actually with some brown for different purposes. This was one, yeah, this was one of those models that years ago Nick had painted. That's why there's all this. That's why essentially the entire thing looks like it's been painted with like glitter, because I believe he had a bunch of silver mixed into his water dish. So and he wanted it that way, so that way everything could be all silver, and it just looks all shit. And then there's that upper thigh. what I ended up hitting that with. Alright, so this guy has been brown pantsed. So now the last one needs to get his brown pants. And then we make all the red areas black and continue on with the next step. At least this guy doesn't have like a big chain thing in the way. This guy's gonna be less annoying. Although, oh man, what the hell's that? Like, no soft suit there? Come on, Nick, you couldn't do that. Couldn't do the soft suit. And there's a lot of that where, yeah, the outside of the bolt pistol's painted, the inside's not. And that's gonna need to all get repainted anyway because it's backwards. He's got a backward. He painted the bolt pistol backwards. He painted everything fucking backwards. Like, what was it? A fucking, like, hee, fucking, like, mischief? I'm gonna paint everything fucking backwards. Ha 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 ha. See if he notices. Yeah. So we'll take a quick break, I guess. And see who's around. Anybody around? No one's around? Everyone's around? Everyone's around? Fat people are around? No, they're not around. They're fat. The fatty, fat people are fat. That's right, and then the thing goes then. So this guy will have to get his legs done, and then there's going to be the next 4 that I'm going to do their arm. Yeah, I'm going to paint their arm brown and then go from there. Or at least part of their arm. How long have we been going on now? For 2.5 hours? We've gotten a little bit of progress done. Not too much. It's been kind of a slow burn for a little while, so... And then there's that guy's helmet. I gotta do that. So. There is that. So we'll keep doing the color corrections. Yo, RT. How it be? We're just doing some painting, doing some color corrections on some of these trader marines that have the leg pattern done backwards. So we're doing some corrections. So some of these marines are getting their brown pants while things are getting corrected. It's the same method that I used on the Terminators to fix their backwards leg issue. So that's right now the current the current thing that's on the plate right now. And then, I don't know, we'll see where it goes to next. There's a bunch of these old Marines that really could probably use a little bit of, they could use some stuff. They need help. They need to be fixed. So we're gonna get to that. We're gonna be fixing some Marines. So that way, the 7th Company is gonna have a little bit of cohesiveness to it. And then, once that stage is done, once all this correction is done, because all these things have some mistakes, once all these corrections are done, then we go back to that horde that we were working on with the black coats. And essentially we just like pick a color and we do the same kind of, we do a different color base coat across all of them. We're milling this shit. So let's do this. Let's get some more paint on the palette. And let's get some more paint on this plastic. But for good luck. Wow, as a miracle, I dropped the paintbrush outside of the container, and as a miracle, it just managed to catch something else, and it's still standing vertically. Wow. Just rewatched Galaxy Quest. I forgot how fine as fuck Sigourney Weaver is. Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that scene where the alien gets shot and then the actor is like saying his character's catchphrase, but he's saying it authentically. That's a good scene. By Warband's hammer. You shall be avenged. Now the helmet's correct. It's just the legs that are backwards on this one. Alan Rickman, yeah. I think I got introduced to Alan Rickman through Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. That's like that Kevin Costner movie. And he played in that movie the Sheriff of Nottingham, I'm pretty sure. And then later on, it was like, oh hey, that's the Sheriff of Nottingham. When I saw Harry Potter. Yeah, Alan Rickman was a boss. The old Chaos Marine chainswords? Yeah. I know, I love that. Like the chonkers, old double-sided sort of thing. Makes me think I might want to get some Chaos Marine parts. Just so that way I can have some kind of old looking armor and parts and stuff. So let's see, this is gonna need like another couple coats. No, this doesn't really need the coats, but I've got the paint. Actually, I should probably use that on those other Marines. Because this guy looks like he's pretty much, yeah, he's good. Except for, I don't know why, yeah. He's one of these, he's one of those, his upper arm is painted Marines. You know, whatever. Let him be. I got a big job lot of old Chaos Marines off of eBay very cheaply. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can usually get good job lots on eBay or local classifieds or whatever you would have available in that regard. Ugh. I'm pretty sure that this brown is pre-mixed. But if not, whatever. Either way, I'm just gonna go for it with this wet brush. Just go for it. It's different doing this opposite I'm not used to doing it where I am painting what would be the red area second. I'm used to painting the black over top of the red. So this is just a bit different. That's why I'm doing it somewhat reverse. Alright, that seems like alright there. Alright, let's just give that some brown there. It's not quite lining up here at this connection. There we go. Excellent. It's looking better already. It's just gonna need, although it's a little bit, it needs to actually be a little bit more in the center. That looks better. And then just go over top of that with some red. And then that will fix that. No, we're still going to keep them away from these other three Marines, because they're traitors. Although one of those traitors needs to have the helmet, the exact same helmet treatment that this guy just got. I think I'm going to need some more paint on the palette to actually do that properly. I'm going wet. Let's go. And then do this whole side. Alright, so that's that. The Bloodhound's got some traitorous brevis. Possibly. Well, let's see. So you got a job lot. The traitorous bravas of the Bloodhounds. I'm wondering if we have an old friend among us in the chat this evening. Someone possibly we've not seen for a while. RT. Alright, so let's see. So these guys, I'm gonna want to. I might just want to add just brown to there. But then again, they also have these gun pouches, which I made those black years ago. And like these guys need some work. These guys can be a thing at one point. Maybe they could just be like their own thing, maybe. Just like fixing these Marines, restoring these Marines. Maybe I could leave them out and they could be their own thing. I don't know, what are people's thoughts on that? I could make that, those 4 Marines it could be like a restoration session where it's just working on just those Marines and fixing them to make them correct. But then again, I wouldn't want to have anything be like ahead of anything else. I want it all just to be done. That would be epic. Totally epic. So, let's go back to the Crucible. Brother Marines. Brother Marines. Brother Mara. They could be Cubble's crew. Hubble's crew. Possibly. Possibly. That could be a thing.
Okay, so, now, brother Marines. So, what are we gonna do?
Do I correct these 4 Marines? Or do I leave that for another thing? Because there's a lot to be done on these guys. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should just set out to do what I was going to do, and then go from there. That's right. It's somewhat of a shame to paint over old paint jobs, even if they're bad. Almost especially if they're bad. Because then you have that sort of landmark note of, like, this is where I was, this is where I am. But it'll also be nice to make everything look all nice, you know. It's just one of those things. It's got to get everybody to get there. That's right. So I'll just have to do that. But I mean, then it's a good question though. I mean, do I want to do those tonight? Add those 4 Marines in, or do those another night? Yeah, you know, I'll do those another night. Do they require corrective surgery?
Possibly. Brother Marines, what are we? Not vegetables!
So, we'll leave these guys for now. Maybe we'll come back to those another time. But for now, we're going to continue with these. So, what we do now is, now that we've done the brown, we then go to black. And with our black, we go over all the red areas. And that's why it was important to do the other step first. Because then it becomes really easy to know what's where and what's what in the butt. So let's get our Marine up. There we go. We got a Marine. Let's make sure we got a good amount, a nice appropriate amount of paint on the brush. And then this is probably going to need 2 coats. Just because I've thinned. So I guess that brown wasn't thinned. Or maybe it was and it's just at the bottom of it, so it's just the less thinned paint. Now, you know, one of the unfortunate and somewhat ironic things about this particular Marine is that even if I repaint him, he's still going to be a traitor. Because he's got the mark of chaos on his shoulder pad. So, this guy's kind of damned no matter what I do. So, But he ain't heavy. He's my brother, baby. This music's so ominous. It's like I shouldn't be doing this, but I am. And we're definitely getting that soft suit in the back of his leg there. I just gotta remember to go back over all this another time because it's all very, very thin. So it's practically transparent. Well, it is transparent. I mean, really, all paint's transparent. To an extent. Alright, now to go a second pass over these other areas now. And then that should be good for the black on this guy. But we'll have to see after, considering I've only just started doing the second pass. Yeah. This part here is all a little bit, still a little bit wet. I'm also noticing that because I'm pretty sure he just painted silver on top of red, that there's a lot of red showing around the edges. And in that silver trim. That seems fine for that one. So now, let's go to the next one. And then that's going to have to get blacks applied to its red. And then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. And then the next one. I didn't realize that I've been muted this whole time. I'm an idiot. No wonder no one's been saying anything. Okay. And then again, once again, I've been muted this whole time and talking and nobody said anything?
Come on, brother Marines. How could you do that to me?
Do another medium dip into that. Although this is now getting super, super thin. At least these guys are almost done. Well, in the sense of the color correction, the pattern correction. Oh, whatever, I can fix that later.
I see by the clock on a wall that it's time to bid you one and all goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
So long.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Adieu.
Adieu.
Be good.
Stay well.
Bye-bye.
Keep warm.
Relax.
At ease.
Take care.
Stay loose.
Adieu, mon vieux.
À la prochaine.
Goodbye till when we meet again.